Hello, we are live. We're back with Metroid Prime again. Today might be the last episode, it might not be. From my estimations, we're pretty far through the game at this point. I haven't played it before though, so there could be about 10 more hours worth of content that I am just not privy to. It's difficult to tell with Metroid because of its non-linear gameplay style. But we'll see. We played through about 10 hours. I don't remember how long Metroid Dread took me when I beat that. I think it may have been like 12 hours the first time. It was a while ago though, so I'm not sure. Anyway, it seems about the length that the game's going to end soon. We just defeated the Omega Pirate and got the black suit. We're going to look especially nice at dinner parties now. It looks very cool with the plasma beam, I must say. I have a rough, like every time before this, I have a rough approximation of where to go. This time I did not look up anything online because when we ended last time, there was an obvious door as to where to head. But I'm not sure if it's going to just lead me to a dead end or not. It's really difficult to tell with this game. I will give it credit though, I have been enjoying it. For all of its many frustrations and me looping around and getting lost and being upset yesterday with the Omega Pirate, overall it's been an enjoyable experience. Or at least I think it's been enjoyable. It's very difficult for me to gauge, like, this is a different kind of Metroid, I should scan it. Fission Metroid. Metroid with the ability to split into two forms. Fission Metroid is a mutant capable of splitting in two. The split endows the new creatures with invulnerability to most weaponry. This effect is unstable, resulting in weakness to a type of weapon fire. The vulnerability appears to be random due to the chaotic nature of Fusion mutation. I see. So I just gotta guess? Oh, I see. They have little particles that indicate what they're weak to. Yeah, I think by this point in the game where we have all the beams and all, if not most of the beams, it should be wrapping up soon. So this could be the last stream of Metroid Prime. But it also could not be. Again, it's very difficult to tell with this sort of thing. I've pretty much given up entirely on getting the artifacts. You know, I don't want to spend another, like, several hours wandering around in the dark. And I think ultimately it would just end up me being, like, looking at a wiki anyway, and I don't think that'd be fun for anybody. Call me a not completionist, but that's just how it goes, I guess. Maybe one day if I'm, like, really, like, man, I want to play this again, I can go back and try and collect them, but for now, my main focus will just be completing the game. But anyway, like I was saying, it's hard for me to really gauge, like, is a game fun or not, because I don't know if I've really had fun with a game for a very long time. Or, like, what I mean to say is, like, my relationship to video games is complicated. There should be a door, yeah, the door up there. Which means I gotta... Oh, the elevator. Duh. Like, video games are a constant in my life. They are a thing that has always been there, has always existed, something I always do. But perhaps due to oversaturation of playing them so much, it is questionable to me, like, do I get happiness from this sort of deal? Or is it just a thing that is there in my life and is kind of irremovable simply because, like, oh, it's just always there sort of thing? Or it's like, what would life even be without it sort of thing, you know? Nice. That energy tank might have been a gimme. 50%. Oh boy. What? didn't mean for that to happen. Like, I like to talk about video games. I like to understand them as an art form. But, I don't know. That's very much like clinical depression mind. You're kind of like hyper-analyzing everything, being like, does this actually make me feel good? Sort of deal? Or is this just like something I do because it's safe, it's normal, or something like that? It's difficult to say. Well, this led me out of a chamber that I was already in. Fungal Hall B, Fungal Hall A. So, if you will politely be patient, I'm going to both open up the stream so I can look at the chat, and also I'm going to quickly Google where I go from here. I'm sorry, I'm bad at mazes. It's like how it goes. Getting... Okay, so it looks like we are heading to the Phazon mining tunnel. Phazon mining tunnel, which is over here. So it looks like we're just going to be doing some backtracking for a little bit, which is pretty standard at this point. This game has a way of, like, one criticism I would have for this game is that, like, there is a lot of backtracking in it. I think this is, like, kind of a sort of comes with the territory flaw of the genre kind of deal, though. I think, like, when it comes to Metroidvanias, part of the appeal is that you are in a limited map, not like limited map space, usually a very large map space, but like a large map space in where you are expected to return to areas that you could not access to previously, and then go back to them. And I think that's fine, but it does kind of feel like, oh, I'm looking at the same areas again, I don't feel like I'm making progress, and stuff like that. And that's not inherently a bad thing, but it does, like, because the inherent progress is being able to go to areas you couldn't open before. Like, you saw this and it's like, oh, well, that area was closed off, but now I can go into it. But I do think one of the inherent flaws is that it's kind of like, it does require a lot of backtracking, and it's a little annoying. Alright, I don't like this. That goes up. Phazon mining tunnel, which means I'm gonna need to go... Should I have actually gone backwards? I think I may have taken the wrong route. That is the story of this playthrough, oh, I look at the map, realize I've been going the wrong route after I'm already, like, as far as humanly possible from that location. So yeah, drop down, Metroid explodes, for reasons beyond my understanding. work the catwalk like we are a supermodel. Get hugged by an aggressive fan. Send shockwaves through the industry. Get attacked a second time. Here's the lift, but I don't think I need it. It does feel a little unintuitive to have the next place you need to go be backwards. I guess that's the inherent nature of, like, the maze. I think the power turned back on in this area, because it wasn't on before. It might be better to just freeze them and leave at this point. Oh, he was killed by a door. These endgame Metroids are pretty tough. Fungal Hall B, so it should be right in front of us. Normally I'd be more concerned about this, but now that we have the Phazon suit, I can just walk through it. Hey. Hey, hey. Do you mind? I do vaguely remember this now that I think about it. I'm kind of glad I looked it up because I would have never remembered to do this. I think lore-wise, we've basically stopped the pirates' plan and... Artifact of the newborn last of 12. Oh no! Are they saying I really gotta get all the artifacts? Oh no. Oh, this is bad. They are gonna make me collect all the artifacts. Alright. Well, maybe this won't be the last episode after all. I guess with all of the map unlocked now, though, it should be easier to find them. Collapse it to reveal a chamber where the artifact of the Elder is held. A sun chamber high atop our ruined home. Well, we got one. We're gonna need to find more. Regretfully. I guess it's my own damn fault for not, like, looking for them throughout the, playthrough. But we can just be patient, take it slow, and figure it out as things go by. Alright. This is admittedly a little annoying because I can't see very well. And I need to get out of here. But all the ledges are blocked off by something or other, and I'm going to be attacked by Metroids every half second. Okay. Oh boy. Alright, so... the Truth artifact, got the Strength artifact. Invaders have claimed Fendrana. We could just do this as they come. I really don't want to be here. I do genuinely like this game, but it is frustrating to have moments like this and be like, no, that's the end of the sentence. It's just frustrating to have moments like that. So we are going back to... I'm not quite sure where we're going back to. Did I come from here? Fungal hall access. Da -da 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 -da. This seems promising. This should lead us back to the Metroid enclosure. Hi, AA. Welcome back. Have you ever feel like you talking alone? Like, do I feel like I'm ever talking to myself? Yeah, constantly. Basically, I feel like that's the very weird sort of thing that streamers are kind of forced to do, especially at mega low viewerships, where, like, they are kind of, like, forced to basically speak to themselves, which is a weird, I guess is a weird kind of phenomenon. One has to speak under the presumption that an audience is there, even if there is not one. It's like, it feels sad, in a way, if somebody were like, I don't know, a performer on a stage or something like that, and to go up and play to a crowd of 0 people, it feels sad, because it's like they're performing to their delusions. But it's also kind of the nature of, like, the oversaturation of live streaming. It is really difficult to gain a lot of viewership as a live streamer in any platform, in any capacity. So it's like, it's also just sort of like, there is sort of a bias towards bias against, I guess, what do you say? What I'm trying to say is, like, you don't really want to show the audience that, like, oh, I'm just sitting here doing nothing, because, like, the constant fear is that you will get a viewer who could stay, who could watch the stream, and then they will leave because they become, like, bored, because, like, they're curious about this one view live stream or something, they watch it, and then they're like, I don't really want to look at this anymore, because they're not that interesting. So there is a constant need to perform, even if, like, nobody is actually there, under the presumption that someone potentially is there. And it feels odd, but it's kind of like the weird nature of the game. I kind of wish I didn't have to do it so much. I've kind of, like, stressed the importance of, like, being okay with just being yourself, being okay with being boring, because it can be really stressful to... Oh, I'm being fired at. Because it can be, like, super stressful to, like, have a constant feeling that you need to perform for somebody else, especially when that somebody else isn't even there. Like, it's important to have fun with it, I think. I hope that answers your question. It wasn't fully clear to me what you were trying to say. Pirate. There is a door behind here. I might have to research the well, hold on a minute. Mine security station. There is a red door. I haven't been in there yet. I will have to go up though. I see. This might actually be what... I don't have any bombs. Show me the bombs. There it is. Okay. This may indeed be the door I am looking for. I've spent so much time wandering around that I completely forgot there were maps in this game. But that is undoubtedly useful. It looks like... Sure enough, there is a bonus room in that area I have not checked yet. And if I do indeed need to get all 12 artifacts, then yeah. So it should be over there, which means I need to go up, which means I need to go down and to the right. I will need to go this way. Ore processing. I seem to be on the right floor now. I need to get up there. So if I go down here, What a headache. This is actually not where I need to go. I need to go somewhere else. But then where? I see. There were two doors. One led to a dead end, which is what I was afraid of. And the other was the place I actually needed to go. This is the dead end room, so not here. Wow. Okay. Did he knock me off? He did knock me off. That's awful. I have enough trouble grappling on my own without Metroids giving me more guff. So I need to pop out of here. Yeah, I see. Is this where I want to be at? Weirdly it is. Okay. Force field active, access prohibited. Well, the map indicates there's nothing I can do to get in there, so I'm going to have to find a way to turn off that force field. It looks like we can access it otherwise. Could be a terminal at the end of this hallway. They just need all the enemies to be defeated. Or do I need to find a way to access the underground here? That's what it looks like. No? No, that's just a terrain feature. Oh, okay. So perhaps we can find a hole in this grating. We can find a way under the force field. This is serious. Everyone in Uganda knows Kung Fu. Looking around for things to scan. Hmm? To pirate life signs only. That should be most, if not all, enemies in this room. But, oh. Manufacturer's person in Benesium plate. I see, I see, I see. Here's the terminal. Partial security access achieved. Force field inactive. That's our in. Here I was, thinking the game was over, when in fact, it was very much not over. I must admit that I had my hopes a little bit up, that after playing this game for 10 hours. It's not an artifact. But it can't hurt. Flamethrower acquired. This powerful attack uses missiles while active, using the plasma beam. Press and hold A to charge, the next to fire. Oh my. Seems theoretically useful. And still, it's not what I came here for. Transport to Talon Overworld South. Well, I do need to go to the Elder Hall. This I am certain of. So... I might as well head there. It can't be a bad place to start. It is not as if I am missing all of the artifacts either. I have a few. Okay. Where am I? Right below research access. Incoming scan data. Analysis of artifact temple complete. Return artifacts to... Yep, it sure enough wants me to go to the artifact temple. Well, maybe we should head there to... I assume what that implies is that there is going to be additional information, because not all of the artifacts were available to be scanned initially, which means that potentially now they will all be able to be scanned, and that'll give us information on where to go to get them next. As cryptic as those hints may be, it's better than not having any hints at all. Of course, I could expedite the process by looking it up, but I have decided, because I am a glutton for punishment, that I will give it my best honest try in the beginning. For now. I suppose if it gets too frustrating, I'll just give up. There's no reason to get stressed about this kind of thing. But it's worth a good college try first. Go to ore processing. So this should take me where I want to go. We... I do not appear to have the ice beam upgrade, but I do have the plasma beam upgrade. Yeah, this seems right. Okay. I had a real nasty feeling when I read that only the one with the 12 artifacts will pass. I was like, this is mandatory, huh? Oh boy. Don't I have the egg on my face for believing it was optional. Is Samus supposed to have that weird glow around her? That weird artifacting when she's wearing the black suit? It might be intentional, but if not, that's a pretty noticeable, like, graphical issue. I'm gonna lean on the side of, like, Great Tree Hall. I still have no idea how you're supposed to get there. I remember that. I remember being here before and being like, oh, there's a door there, and then not knowing how to get there. Maybe it's one of those things where it's like a door that you have to go into a separate room to get into first, and then it leads out. Because the door should be over there. Can't get to it from there though. Chozo Ruins South. Is that right? Hall of the Elders. That's exactly where I need to go. Because I need to be attacked by X-ray fiends from outer space. Anyway, there's a thing I can go into up there now that I have the plasma beam. There should be an artifact under there. There we are. Metroid Prime in the Last Crusade. Artifact of the World, 10th of 12. Oh, so we're actually only missing 4. That's a lot less than I thought there would be. I thought we were missing like 11. So, this is... I feel a lot less stressed now. Okay. Okay, this is doable. Still, I imagine that there's still some I just don't know about. Like 1, 2... Yeah, there are 2 I don't have any information on whatsoever, so I think it'd still be a good idea to go to the artifact hall. Talon Overworld East. Sounds like a good place to start. Talon Overworld South is where I came from, so I need to go back through where I came and then take the opposite elevator. Follow-up question, where did I pop out of? The obvious door in the roof? Perish the thought. So, to the right. It's kind of embarrassing to say, but I'm like 25 and I still do the thing where I put like my L, I put my hand in the shape of an L and put it out in front of me to tell which direction is left and which one is right, because I just can't remember. Like, doing something wrong again. I had this down pat yesterday. Oh, there we go. I forgot you need to hold it. You really need to hold on to that stuff. So the landing site would be where I need to go ideally. This game has like hard conditioned me to save at every opportunity because of, you know, you can just die and then, oh boy, you're back 2 hours of progress. It really makes you appreciate the quality of life feature that is the autosave function. I believe these spots have Chozo lore. The containment of the great poison, this task has fallen to the Chozo. We will not flee from our duty, even as we suffer from the land and its creatures. We will pour our will into this well, the artifacts which form the lock that holds this great evil at bay in the depths of the planet. This lock must stand up to all who might come to assault it. To preserve the power of the seal, and to protect it from those who would meddle for their own designs, we will spread the artifacts across the land, hiding them from prying eyes. The lock must never open until the day comes when this disaster can finally be put right. It really does kind of feel like a mix of like prophecy, fantasy nonsense, and like and sci-fi stuff. And oh, apparently I needed to stand in the right spot in order to activate it. Molten Lake lies within the tunnels of Magmore. Shatter the columns at the lake's center to reveal the artifact of nature. This appears to be the other. Oh, no. This is the one I haven't looked at yet. A room of research lies within the mines. A corrupted invader is trapped there. Defeat this creature to claim the artifact of the warrior. Okay. So now it's time to look over our notes and see where we have to go from here. Truth, already have that. Strength, already have that. Elder. Invaders claimed on Phendrana as their own. A tower sits atop their fortress. Hi, AA. Welcome back. Collapse it to reveal the chamber where the artifacts of the Elder is held. So there's a tower in Phendrana. Wild. A sun chamber high atop our ruined home became the nest of a great beast. A source of corruption. Yeah, man, that's fair. Like, if you ever need to jump out, or, like, not watch the stream, I don't mind. Like, you know, just anybody showing up at all is kind of a blessing in and of itself. So, you know, don't feel pressured about it. It's cool. Place their bond. Well, the Sun Chamber is probably the closest location to here, so might go for that first. Life Giver, have that one already. Warrior, Room of Research lies. I think that's one of the elite pirates in the research lab. Chozo, have that one. A Molten Lake, that's the one we just got. Sun, have that one. World, Spirit. A tall cave stands on Fendrana's edge, so there are 2 in Fendrana to look out for. Seek the unseen entrance at its top to find the artifact of spirit. Newborn, have that. Okay. So, the Sun Chamber is probably the closest. If we are in the Chozo ruins. Sun Chamber, Reactor Core, Great Tree Hall. Transport Tunnel E, Biohazard Containment, Reactor Core. Oh, well that's because I'm not even in the Chozo ruins right now. Arboretum, Sun Chamber access. Yeah, I have to go back to the place where I fought the big plant really early on. Pool, Hall of the Elders, Talon Overworld South. Okay. So I think I know how to get there from here. Wait, how many artifacts am I actually missing? Because I could have sworn I had like 1, 2, 3. No, I'm missing 5. I thought I was missing 4. Okay. Well, that's still not bad. That's not nearly as many as I thought I was missing. So the Sun Chamber is going to be... Okay. The first thing we're going to have to do is we're going to see if we can actually get into the Sun Chamber through normal means. Because I believe the last time I tried to go there it was blocked off after the boss fight. But it may have been blocked off with rubble that we can now destroy with a power bomb. So... the right way? It is not the right... Well, Sun Chamber lobby. It could be the right way. If we just take a detour. wonder what happened to the little red weeds that were in that crevice. They're gone now. Oh, don't fall. Alright. Scan indicates this network of vines is invulnerable to weapons fire. I see. In that case, we are going to have to go back and around since this doorway is not accessible. I'm not sure if I like this. The way that, like, Metroid Prime seems to be like, okay, we're going to have you do some additional things in order to extend the game, but it doesn't necessarily feel like we're making a tremendous amount of progress with this. I'm not sure if I like the whole, you have to get the 12 artifacts at the end to complete the game sort of deal. I feel like maybe it should have been a more optional thing. Like, if you do actually do that, you get a super mega weapon that completely, you know, like, makes the final boss kind of superfluous. Like, it just one-shots the final boss or something, rather than making it a mandatory thing. I don't know, maybe the devs just really wanted to show off their hard work. But it feels like, in a game that already has a ton of collectability in it, it feels a little weird to force it. I'm not really sure how I feel about it right now. Maybe I'm just personally frustrated because I was like, oh, we're definitely gonna finish the game today. And I was like, no you're not. Like, on in here. Can I actually make it in? These metal gates block entry to the center of the room. I can see that. This appears to be the second of 3 locking mechanisms that seal the gate. The lock is active, but a key slot is sealed by a weak metal grating. This is the first of 3 locking mechanisms that seal the gate. The lock is active, but the key slot is sealed by a weak metal grating. Hold on, if I like go in here and be like zoop, that appears to be the solution to one of the issues. Oh, ooh, got him. Okay. Oop. I may be dumb with maps, but I can figure out things from once in a while. Allegedly. We're gonna see if I can actually manage to do this. There we go. Nada! Michelin expansion. I wonder if we'll make it to 100 by the end of this. Oh, did I go into the wrong door? It was not all for naught. Got a Michelin expansion, but I will need to go back. I was so excited for a moment. Thought I had really found a way around the game's tricks. That is not assured yet. Uh-huh. Oh. The sun chamber might be permanently locked off, but this might actually be what it's talking about. His cord eyeball hanging appears to be slightly cracked. Oh, does that mean I need to, oh no, super missiles bomb. Yep. Okay, so that's 2 of those runes activated. I won't be able to get any higher without activating the other runes, so they must be here somewhere. The cries of this dying land echo in our ears as we Chozo watch the great poison seep even further into the living pulse of the planet. The dark energy sinks into the trees and waters, devouring all life. Peaceful beasts die by the thousands. Some creatures survive, but their forms grow into twisted and evil as the force that fell from the sky. Many of these mutated monstrosities remain small enough to do little harm, but others grow enormous and threaten our very existence. One such beast defiles our sacred fountain, disgorging poison from its foul form, blazing pure flowing water with cascades of creeping death. Even in the face of such horror, we Chozo do not turn in fear. We are all that stands in the way of this great poison. It is our duty to contain it. I was kind of hoping for information on the runes, but c'est la vie. They wouldn't be in here, would they? I doubt it. This is risky, but I'll give it a try. I don't know where the other two runes could be. Unless it expects me to hop over. I don't think it wants me to do that. Out of curiosity, I will check the other rooms. Whoops, I didn't mean to go in that elevator. Alright. Then I'll just walk back in. Symbol has been activated. Re symbol has been activated. Oh, they're up there? Alright. I guess it's true what they say. Video game people do not look up. Decent puzzle. Decent puzzle indeed. What did it say about this artifact in particular? Because it looks like we're coming up on it. Not that one. Sun chamber high atop our ruined home became the nest of a great beast. And a source of corruption, many chosen spirits have been drawn to this tainted place. Release their bond to the world to claim the artifact of the wild. I see, so it looks like there's going to be a lot of Chozo ghosts in the former boss room. And I gotta beat them up, so I can send them to a restful sleep. Yep, sure enough. Man, losing to the plant boss fight feels like an eternity ago, even though it was like a couple days ago at most. Did I even lose to him on stream? I mostly had trouble off stream with him. Bioelectrical field invulnerable to natural energies. Fire, ice, and... Oh, I forgot these guys are immune to the face cannon. That's why I'm not... I was like, am I doing any damage to them? No, I'm not. Because I'm not using the right equipment. I think there must be some sort of face ghost that's, like, not immune to the face cannon, because I could have sworn I was doing damage to them before. That's one down. It's two. And that one decided to call it quits. I respect conceding when you know the battle is over. Artifact of the Wild, 4th of 12. That took longer than I would have liked, but we did get it. Now, let's check the others. There are two in Phendrana, so that looks like it's going to be our next stop. But the way to Phendrana appears to also be through Magmor, and I think there's one through there as well. So Looks like we'll be going to Magmore first, actually. Ow. It's okay to be bad at Metroid towards the end of the game because you just have 9 health bars. It's like, what are they gonna do? Kill me? Cut to footage of me being killed. Yeah, cut to footage of me last night getting destroyed by the Omega Pirate. What are they gonna do? Kill me? So if I want to go to Magmore Caverns, I gotta go Talanover World East, Talanover World South. We're at Chozo Ruins right now, actually. So, Ruin Fountain, Main Plaza, Magmore Caverns North. We can get there from the Main Plaza. Sure. It feels annoying to check my map all the time, but on the other hand, if I didn't check my map all the time, I would be even more lost than I already am. Well, north. Like... Magmore Caverns. Oh man, I was right there! Well, maybe not. I think in terms of integrating a Metroid game into a 3D space for the first time, this was like probably a massive accomplishment, because like a lot of games have trouble, or had trouble initially, transitioning from 2D to 3D spaces. Like, I think games like Sonic had really big issues doing it. Super Mario 64 is considered a really great game, but it's also very clunky. I think that, like, Ocarina of Time, for what it is, you know, a lot of people say it's one of the greats also, but I also think that, like, they had to be very creative with it in order to make it work in a 3D space. They had to change a lot of the mechanics of the Zelda games, and like changing it from top down to a third-person view, creating a lock-on system, and adjusting the way that the game works while still retaining many of the core mechanics and like staples of the series. And it's like probably difficult to do that because it's also very easy to make a very clunky and kind of bad transition to 3D. Like Castlevania 64 was objectively, I wouldn't say objectively, I haven't played it personally, but the general consensus among gaming critique is that it is not especially good, that it feels very weird and clunky because they were trying to like have it be a weird platformer but also like a third-person action game, and generally it seems like the transition to 3D gaming was a very awkward adolescent period as gaming as a medium swapped between two forms of expression, in a sense. Triclops put Lava Lake. That looks like where our thing's going to be. And Metroid Prime was probably on the later end of that, because by this point 3D games had been well established, and I think this came out towards the beginning of the GameCube era, and the N64 and the PlayStation had already well existed by that point. So when... Is there a door here? Or am I just crazy? There's a save point here. Okay, it's later. I can only like imagine like it's one thing to make like a sequel to a game, or a game and where the genre definitions are well defined and you can design around a particular platform or a particular genre because it's already established what something should look like. But it's and I guess in some regards they had a design of sort of like, okay, it's a Metroid game, so there's going to be a lot of mazes, a lot of item collection, a lot of locked doors and stuff like that, but they didn't exactly know like how are you going to implement this into a 3D designed space. Or like with Ocarina of Time, or I don't know, any game that had to transition to the 3D space. And I think like maybe as like game, I think a lot of games like, I don't know, experiment with new mediums like VR or phones or something like that. People have to think like, how do you put a game into this sort of space and have it work mechanically in that space. So this is the lava lake. I need to... Is this the pillar I need to walk on? Oh, that's it. So anyway, world map. That's not what I'm looking for. Logbook. Artifacts. Not that. Elder. Not that one. A molten lake lies within the tunnels of Magmore. Shatter the column at the lake's center to reveal the artifact of nature. Well, this is a lake, and there does appear to be a large column here. Question is, how do we shatter it? With a missile, apparently. I guess it just didn't work the first time. Well, that was easy. That was so much more easier than the last one. The 8th of 12. Alright. 2 down, 3 to go. Like, I can only imagine the kind of, I don't know, stress and creative input that people have to go through to be like, okay, we need a game to work and also work in VR, or work on a phone, or something like that. Room of research. So, I believe we'll be going to the Phazon Mines after we go to Pendrea Nord. Fendrana. I keep wanting to call it Pendrea. It's Fendrana. At least I hope that's how it's pronounced. They're all alien names, so I imagine it's like that kind of weird thing where it's like, you write them down, it's like, this sounds exotic and alien. You never expect anybody to actually pronounce it. Like, I was gonna complain more about like the artifact collecting, but now that I'm doing it, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I still don't know if there should be like a big old scavenger hunt fetch quest at the end of like your game. Like maybe your game should just end instead. But all things considered, it's not the worst. Like, I think I was more worried about it and in my head like, oh, I'm gonna have to run around the map for like 5 hours. And it's more like a couple hours. It still might be 5 hours. I haven't found them yet. So, but I think the game also like hands you a couple of artifacts for free. So, or like puts them in places that are pretty obvious. So you'll find them on your own eventually. That's good. Like, it's not like, you played through Breath of the Wild and it's like, hey, surprise, before you begin and you have to find all 999 Koroks or something like that. That would be hell on earth. It's not like that. This game wants you to play it, but it doesn't want you to play it, like, that hard. And it feels weird to complain, like, the game wants you to play less of it, but I don't know. I have like a mentality where it's like a game should only be as long as it needs to be, and a game that really drags itself out because it wants you to keep playing it is kind of like, I won't want to say needy, but it's like sort of, I think like a story should end where it ends rather than like just keep going for the sake of, I don't know, drawing out your time and attention. It's more about, like, the experience, no matter how long it is. It's like the quality over the quantity, is what I would say. All things considered, though, this isn't, like, the worst thing you could do to extend the runtime. So, I'm trying to say that I have come to forgive this game, despite me not entirely liking this, endgame sort of scavenger hunt thing. And I suppose also because it's non-linear, it's not really an endgame scavenger hunt, it's more like, you can do this throughout the game if you want, and you're kind of encouraged to figure it out. But there's some stuff you just can't unlock without endgame items, so it's kind of presumed that later you'll need to do it, or you'll need to do certain items later. Invaders have claimed Phendrana as their own. A tower sits atop their fortress. Collapse it to reveal a chamber where the artifact of Elder is held. And there should be another one on this. Not that one. A tall cave stands at Phendrana's edge. Seek the unseen entrance at its top to find the artifact of spirit. Okay, so... Phendrana Canyon. Phendrana's edge is seemingly where one of them is going to be. Lower edge tunnel, upper edge tunnel. Gravity chamber, outer cave access, frozen pike. Research lab center, control tower, east tower. So it said like a tower, but it seems like there are a couple things here that could be a tower. A tower sits atop their fortress. So that implies the research lab. Oh boy, am I gonna get to go play in the dark again. Collapse it to reveal the chamber where the artifact of the Elder is held. Okay, so we'll go there first. And control tower. So there's control tower, west tower, east tower, research lab Aether, research core, observatory station D, research lab Hydra. So it looks like these towers are where we're gonna be headed. So we're gonna head north for a while, then go up the stairs to the towers here. But first we're gonna save our game. So that way I can save getting that artifact from the lake. That's what we call a back burner, boys and girls. I believe I need to go to the temple. Is that right? No, I needed to not do that. So difficult. This game could really benefit from a compass. What on earth? Oh, he's doing the stompy thing. It makes me jump. I haven't been to this area in a while, so I forgot about the fact that the enemies do that. We're gonna have to tussle, young man. Yesterday I had gotten very upset during the whatchamacallit, the Omega Pirate boss. And that was kind of odd, because I don't really get upset with games at all anymore. I think I may have been more upset when I was younger, but that's not really something that happens anymore. I don't really get upset with a lot of things, honestly. I'm a pretty calm, monotone person. And, what I would say about that is sort of, I think that the atmosphere of streaming really puts pressure on you to perform, and when you fail at something, it really makes you feel like you've not only let yourself down, but you've let the audience down, and you've also wasted your time because you've got to redo the boss again. So it becomes more frustrating than it would be if it was just, you know, oh, I lost to the boss, but whatever, I'll just fight him again. It's no big deal. But it's potentially losing a viewer. It's potentially losing interest. It's potentially frustrating somebody who is watching you, sort of deal. So you also get frustrated. Like, oh boy, I am mad at this. So I kind of understand, like, I didn't really get why people would gamer rage so much. I would be like, it's just a game, why are you so upset? But I kind of get it a little more now, at least in an entertainment aspect, like why streamers get angry. I also understand that, like, some of it is just straight up because people think it's funny when people scream. So that's always an important factor. But also, like, you know, they're probably just playing it up. But I also think that, like, no need to stress, I want to watch you lose too. I feel it too. Yeah, like, I don't think, like, it's... I think there's, like, sort of a... I think that, like, for some people, like, watching somebody who's, like, really good at a game, or really good at something, just run through something flawlessly, can be really impressive and really masterful. But there is sort of a kind of, I don't know, narrative loss there. Like, that's fine, but I feel like you kind of miss out on part of what the game is when you do not fail. You, because I think, like, for instance, like, there are very difficult games, like, I don't know, it's always easy to come back to Dark Souls because that's just the difficult game that everybody knows. But, like, I feel like you can show a video of, like, somebody doing perfect in Dark Souls and, like, no damaging every boss, and that is incredibly impressive if you can do that. But at the same time, I feel like when you watch that, you fundamentally lose some of the experience of what Dark Souls is. Because, like, I don't know how you play through Dark Souls and not, like, come out with it being like, well, that was challenging, or that was hard, or something like that. Or, at the very least, like, oh, that takes a lot of input from the player to not get hurt, sort of deal. I think that there is a value to, like, not being perfect at a game, basically, is what I'm trying to say. But I do feel like it can be stressful to, like, a viewer or a streamer to be like, oh, am I wasting people's time, or something like that. Because, I don't know, everyone's taste is different. Some people are okay with waiting, and some people are not. Like, you know, you can't really know. I hope they turn the power on in this factory. I don't want to walk through it through infrared lights. Hey, wait a minute, was that a veiled insult? I'm gonna ignore that. Like, I want to see you fail too. Like, damn, harsh. So the power is off. It's not. Oh my. Oh, a twofer. You should be getting close to the tower now. That's a turret. Maybe it's the presence of the 8 health bars, but this isn't nearly as stressful as the first time I came here. No, it's the solar system. Well, not the solar system, just, this galaxy then, I guess. Unless that's the twist, that we are in, you know, this is secretly Mars or something. I doubt it, though. That doesn't look like our solar system. So in order to get to the towers, we're going to need to take a door that's upwards from here. Looks like that one. Is that the central tower right there? There's a force field there, so it doesn't look like I'll be hitting that. Oh? Can I get in here? I can. But what can I do in here is the question. Maybe there's something in the other one. Oh. These boxes. It seems like the right place. Okay, cheated a little bit. Aha. There's a large fuel cell attached to the base of this tower. Energy readings detect rapid fluctuation in power levels. This radiant-based outer casting of the structure appears to be damaged and unstable. So that is the tower we need to blow up. So we were in the right place. We just had to do some unintuitive little things with it. Whoop. And there it is. This is the artifact of the Elder, 3rd of 12. Okay. More research. I think I know where that one is, but I'm not going to do anything with it. A tall cave stands at Fendrana's edge. Seek the unseen entrance at its top to find the artifact of spirit. Tall cave at Fendrana's edge. So what that implies to me... This is Fendrana's edge here, but this is Frost's cave. So... it appears what it's referring to is actually this little entrance right here. So we should head to the back of the map and go get it. In that case, I'll want to go... back this way, I believe. To get reconnected to the ice room proper. This is, in fact, the opposite of where I needed to go. Feels like half of this game is getting lost sometimes. Hey guys. Alright, you're gonna be like that. Yeah, this should be the right way. Okay. The door should be at the bottom. I'm glad to be out of the dark zone. Now from here... I'm gonna need to go... So this is north, we're gonna need to go south. Let's go that way. Yeah, this was the room that I thought I would have to come back to, but as it turns out I don't need it at all. Unless... I don't know, unless there's something good up here? Nope, there wasn't even anything in those boxes. This reminds me of that one scene in Ice Age, like the first one with the weird human baby, where they're like rolling down the ice tubes. Okay. Is that our hidden entrance over there? Seems like it. Powerbomb expansion acquired. Maximum powerbomb carrying capacity increased by 1. This is Phazon Vine Omicron has the highest yield per cubic meter of all excavation sites. Impact core is estimated to be 800 meters from termination point of Phazon Vine Omicron. So incidentally, there is no artifact here. Maybe Frost Cave, Hunter Cave. Apparently, this was a sort of you just have to know this kind of thing. I don't like that. I don't like game mechanics where you just kind of have to know the answer. Apparently you had to use an X-ray visor in this room. Or was it the thermal visor? A vulnerable icy wall. Alright. Do I play any other games like CSGO, Valorant, or Team Fortress 2? I used to play a ton of TF2 back in the day. Like I think I played like over 2,500 hours of TF2. And then eventually I just kind of like felt like I had done everything I could with the game. And I was just like, I'm done with this. I kind of fell out of playing multiplayer games for a really long time because I got really self-conscious about the time that I spent doing things, and I felt like for multiplayer games I was like I don't have a lot of friends to play multiplayer games with, so I was sort of like I didn't really know or feel why I was doing it very much anymore. Team Fortress 2 is a beautiful game. I think it's like possibly one of the best first-person shooters ever designed in terms of like core balance and like the way that it is made. But I also think that like it's just really old at this point. Valve clearly doesn't want to work on it, and I also just kind of like every time I play it I feel like I'm trying to recapture memories of when I was 10 and really enjoyed the game. I feel like there's just nothing there for me anymore. I would like to kind of move on to new experiences and new things. So I had my fun with Team Fortress 2. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. But I don't know if I'd go back to it. And moreover, I'm just not like a huge multiplayer kind of person, because I feel like to play multiplayer you have to either have a lot of friends or be a very sociable person, and I am like not usually either. Storage cave. Am I insane? Okay, so what I'm reading here is sorry, what I'm intuiting, not reading on the internet, is that there should be a hidden door towards the top of this place. Wait, where am I? Frozen Pike, Frost Cave, Hunter Cave, Gravity Chamber. So I'm supposed to like, yeah, there's, okay, there's the door. I'm just doing this so it'll stop beeping at me. So it says that there should be a door right here. So I need to hit this area, actually. I don't really like that. It's sort of a, you just have to know it's there kind of thing. You just have to know to use the X-ray visor. I am not a huge fan of like the hidden walls in Dark Souls either. Just anything where it's sort of like the solution to the problem is to just know. I don't like that. I feel like if it's a puzzle, you should be able to figure it out with the clues they give you rather than just, I don't know, intuit it via magic. A room of research lies within the mines. A corrupted invader is trapped there. Defeat the creature to claim the artifact of the warrior. This is the last one. And I believe I kind of have an idea as to where it is. I want to say. So phase on mines. Elite control. Elite quarters. Omega research. Yeah. I believe it should be in here somewhere. So we can find some place that's like a teleport from Frendrana to there. That'd be really good. But what I fear is that it may only... This may be like a part of the map that only has one entrance. Magmore Cavern South. Central Dino. Main Quarry, Elite Research. Talon Overworld South. Yeah. Okay. Magmore Cavern South. Everything here leads to Magmore Cavern, so I think the best course of action would be to just keep heading southward until... Keep heading southward until we find an elevator. And then go from there. Because nothing we can get from here is going to take us where we need to go. Magmore Cavern South if I go up from here. Cool. Let's go up then. Okay. I adjusted my mic a little bit. I hope that doesn't mess up the audio quality too much. Phazon Mines West. Yeah, that's about where I need to go, so... Phazon Processing Center, Elite Quarters, Metroid Quarantine B, Fungal Hall A, Elite Control, Omega Research. Oh boy. I think I'll need to go down there then. Alright, that was a little too far. Still in the clear. So this is Elite Control. We need to go to Omega Research. Should be on the next floor up. Face the power of my mustard buster. thinking about like spending that much time playing any video game, like 2,500 hours, seems kind of surreal. I think I've done that for Team Fortress 2 and Dota 2 respectively. But I can't think of like any other game that I spent that much time in. There are games, well, RuneScape, I think I've actually spent more time in than any other game, but that's because like I've been playing that pretty much for most of my life. But it's hard to think of like, those were back in the days when I simply had the time to play games. When I was like, I don't know, younger, had less jobs. Younger, less jobs, less school, less priorities. And it was... I don't know, it was just very much a different time. Like, when I had less responsibilities and a lot more time to do things, it kind of felt like that time was never going to end, so I didn't even think about like spending so much time playing a video game as opposed to doing anything that I would have considered productive, I guess. I always figured that like the being productive is when you're an adult, and then I don't know, one day you just are an adult and it's like, oh shoot, you realize when you are an adult, like oh, I'm not actually an adult, I'm just a kid who got larger, I'm just a kid who got taller. And everyone who says that they're like an adult and have it figured out, they don't have anything figured out. They're just putting on a brave face for the kids, because if we told them like we don't know anything, they'd freak out too. I don't know. That's a discussion for when I'm not like completely scatterbrained, I think. Anyway. I am told Omega Research. This is the right place. I think I have to bomb one of these with an Omega bomb. Unauthorized Talon Metroid feeding is strictly prohibited. That's just data. Test results from battle simulation. Read this already. Grease bomb boot patrols in authorized areas. Scramble all area units immune to flight pattern Sigma 4 in effect. Oh, I am actually in the wrong room. That explains it. I'm in Omega Research. I'm supposed to be in Elite Research. That is a very tiny distinction. Okay. That's why the bombs weren't working. I am using a mix of so what ended up happening today is I used a mix of looking it up online and also a mix of intuition. Like, I mostly found the places on my own, I think, but I also had a unique issue where once I got there I wouldn't know what to do, so I would have to look it up anyway. So, I don't know. It's fine. Like, my main concern isn't like, I'm sure I could figure it out on my own eventually, and that's not me covering for my dumb ass being like, oh boy, I'm really stupid, but don't worry guys, I could figure it out on my own if I was given enough time. I'm sure I could. It's just that I don't want to spend like 7 hours wandering around, because I feel like that's already kind of what a lot of these streams have been. Like, I do want to pick up the pace a little bit. There is a certain level of like, you want to stream and do this, you know, as you are, have it be a unique, genuine playthrough, but you also want to make it watchable. Like, it's sort of like, you know, there is a certain level of watchability that I think needs to be in place. Not necessarily needs to. If you want to be like a real artistic savant about it, and be like, no, This is gonna be a super raw thing. We're gonna have an entire 6-hour play session where I run in circles because I don't know where I'm going. That's fine. You know, you do you, bro. But I don't know. I think about what I would want to watch, and I know that if somebody was like spending that much time wandering around caves and not knowing where to go, I would get frustrated. So I try to keep that kind of stuff in mind. Ore processing, main quarry. Elite research should be down and then up. Do I have any power bombs? I have one. Okay. One is better than none. Alright. Hopefully this works, because I don't have any extras. Everything after the Omega Pirate boss feels like a cakewalk. Chozo artifact acquired. This artifact of the warrior, the 6th of 12. That's all of them. I'm not really sure where to go next, but I assume it's going to be related to the Chozo Hall in some capacity. So let's start there and see if the game doesn't give us a handy-dandy pop-up in the meantime. The nearest elevator is going to be down. This is the door where we got the missiles. need to turn right around. Enter the tube. Cube. Okay, I know where we are now. Play anime game? I bet people would love it. I don't really know what you mean by that. Are you referring to Valorant? I just... I mostly just want to play what I would like to play. For me, I don't really dislike or like anime. I think it's kind of a neutral thing. I understand it is sort of a art style that Japanese games and media likes to use. I don't really usually see it as sort of a thing that I need to have in a game, or needs to not be in a game. There are lots of games I like that have anime in them. I really like Fire Emblem. I'm pretty sure Legend of Zelda has more or less morphed into an anime game over time. I liked, what's it called? Valkyria Chronicles. That's really good. Xenoblade Chronicles, also a name with Chronicles in the title. I like that game too. For me, it's not really the aesthetic that matters, it's more about, like, what the game is. I kind of see anime as just an artistic choice, and I also respect it sort of as a medium. I understand it's very tropey sometimes, and that, like, it can be kind of le cringe for the kids and stuff like that, but I think it has merit to it. I don't see it as, like, an inherent evil or anything like that. Do I think that people would like it? If I played an anime game? Maybe. It's hard to judge what people would like me to play on the internet. Like... Chozo Ruin South? Yeah, that sounds about good. I guess, like, there are certain types of games that are, like, very anime focused, like, gacha games, that I'm not really into that, but it's more because of, like, I'm not really into the gambling-esque mechanics that are involved. And the sort of main thing is, like, oh, the girls are really cute. And it's like, okay, but, like, what's the game like? It's like, eh. Well, the girls are really cute. And it's like, I get that, but what's the game like? It's like, I don't know, man. I think you can have both. I think if you want to have cute girls in your game, you can. And I also think you can have a game that's good. They don't have to be mutually exclusive. Like... All the Elders. Whoops. Okay, so why do these guys take fire damage? And the other ones don't? I don't understand. Get with game designers. Oh boy. One of these days I need to have a chat about, like, the influence of AGN and, like, presentational game reviews and its, like, negative influence on the, like, way that we talk about games. Well, that's a discussion for another time, I think. Okay, how come he doesn't take damage from fire? But his friends did. Oh, whatever. I guess if you are referring to Valorant, I've never played it before, so I wouldn't know if it's good or not. Like, this might do something, and it might just send me back to what it normally does. I don't know why people hate those games. I don't know. Some people are just not like into like the gacha aesthetic. I'm not sure if you're talking about like gacha games or like games with an anime aesthetic. For some people it's just the art style. Some people can't get over like the cultural differences between like, I don't know, Japanese ways of like Japanese or Asian ways of like making games, I guess. For gacha, I think it's just because like it needs to be remarked. There's just a lot of gambling in it. Like it's Honkai. Oh, so gacha games. I don't know why people hate those games. Well, for me, like I don't hate them. I understand if like people like them. What do you think? It's more just like there is like an inherent sort of like there's a little too much spending your money on like things that don't really matter. Like a lot of real world money spending for basically pictures of girls. It's like I don't think it's inherently a problem to spend money on pictures of girls or anything. I think that in and of itself is okay. It's more just that like I don't like the more gambling aspect of it. It's like I prefer to have a game where it's not really based around how much I spend on the product that determines my success, or like how lucky I get in like a gacha roll or something like that. I want to just be able to play the game and get better at it. Very simple kind of stuff. So in this case, I might actually have to go back to the Hall of the Elders if... I'm in the Hall of the Elders. I mean like the Artifact Temple, since I have them all now. Unless there's like something I'm missing in that room? I have like a friend who's really into a gacha game, and like, he's fine. Like, he's normal. There's nothing wrong with him. It's just like, I think it's just a taste preference sort of deal. I'm just not really into like games of chance, I guess is what I would say. I think there's like a perception that people who like those games are losers or something like that. People who spend money on pictures, because I think the idea is like if you spend a lot of money on pictures of girls, that's like likely what you like to do. The perception is that you are a loser, and I think that's like maybe why people hate on those games or something. Like they want to find a reason to hate you. Like, I don't know. Can't go in there. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to head back to the Artifact Temple. Talon Overworld South. So it looks like we're actually gonna have to go back through that room and... I guess I wouldn't even say I'm like super against gacha mechanics as long as it doesn't involve like real world money. I just don't want to spend like an excessive amount of money on a video game to earn like in-game prizes that don't tangibly create any meaningful happiness in my life. You know what I mean? Because I've played games that have like RNG randomized gacha mechanics before, and I think they're fine. I've played enough Fire Emblem to know that like sometimes I'm hardcore gambling and I am loving it. But like it's it's more just about like I don't want to, when I buy a game I want to have bought it. I don't want to like have bought the game or downloaded it for free, but now it's assumed that I am now going to spend like an additional $900 on additional microtransactions. I think it's like a weird consumer practice, I guess is what I say. But I guess what I would also say is, like, I don't think if you do like those games, you're not an idiot. You're not, like, somebody who's being conned, necessarily. It's more about, like, what you like about games and stuff like that. Xenoblade 2 Chronicles gotcha kinda whack, though. I'll be real with you, I did not play Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I was told to stay away from that one. Also, hi Hearth. I haven't seen you in, like, literally years. I hope you and the boys are doing okay. I know that we split apart. But that doesn't mean, like, we stopped caring about you. Yeah, I was told that, like, Xenoblade 2 is kind of wild, for a variety of reasons. But Xenoblade 3 picked it up, I think. They did a lot better. I was basically told, play the first one, play the third one, and then maybe play Xenogears, if you can find your hands on a Wii U or something like that. But don't play the second one. We have been doing well, currently playing terrible Roblox MMO. Yeah, that sounds about right. What I have found is that, like, when, like, every gaming group that I am a part of has, like, devolved into this the marriage has to stay together kind of dynamic, where, people try to find games to play, and, am I going the right place? I am not. Where, like, people try to find games to play, and when they cannot find games to play, they're like, okay, the game no longer matters, we just need something to do with our friends at a specific time. So, one of my friends groups now just plays Fortnite. I don't know if they like Fortnite, but it's just what they do because they need to keep the family together. Max and Reese have been playing Genshin Impact. And also, coincidentally, we're playing Roblox for a while. So, I think it's kind of like the weird pipeline of the gaming group that's been together for 10 years and doesn't know what to play anymore starts beginning to play children's games because, like, they need to keep the family together, and they just don't know how to do it anymore. Like, it's like, what can we do? Fortnite, I guess. Like, Phase on Mines East. Where am I going right now? Am I stuck in a loop? No, there's a way out of here. It's just annoying. Okay. So what I'm looking for is this blue door at the bottom. Here. From here I need to find the door on the right. Left? Right. Oh, okay. I had thought, it looks like the stream's still okay. It's just, my chat froze for a second. So I thought like, oh, did the stream go down? No, that's fine. I should save to get back most of my health, and also to make sure I don't have to get like 12 artifacts again. Oh boy, here comes the fun part. Climbing up the mountains of trash. This is what the Pacific Island will look like in 2 years. This is what the Pacific Island looks like now. Pacific Island, I said. Alright, I meant to say Pacific Ocean. But it will be a Pacific Island once all the trash builds up. So, I guess I'm not completely wrong. Ah, shoot. We're on the home stretch, I think. Just need to turn in those artifacts, and then presumably some plot-related things will happen. Maybe Ridley will come down with a letter that says 10 more hours of gameplay. Like, oh boy. You get to run through the entire map a second time with no weapons and no map. There he is. There's our boy. Ridley, I feel like I haven't seen you since the beginning of the game. That's kind of bothersome, my man. Do you know how many caves I got lost in for that? New creatures entry has been downloaded to the logbook. Morphology, Meta-Ridley, genetically enhanced Ridley metaform. Reborn and evolved through pirate technology, Meta-Ridley is a fearsome enforcer. His armored hide is extremely resilient, save for the chest, which has a thinner plating. The pirates have fused a number of potent weapons to the creature, including a multi-missile system, a kinetic breath weapon, a meson bomb launcher, and ultra-thermal flame strike projector. Meta-Ridley is also a formidable melee combatant, making any sort of engagement a risky proposition. So the implication appears to be that his chest is thinner, which, you know, it's an interesting way to call someone flat-chested, but oh, where'd he go? You know, this temple has some weird ancient technology, Breath of the Wild kind of vibes to it. Even though this game came out a good 16 years before that game did. Why is ancient technology always, like, blue and lit up? I don't think he's too big for Smash. He's doing a lot of smashing right now, so I don't think he has a problem with it. I hope we didn't need those statues for anything, because they are well and truly gone. So far, This is about 20 times easier than the Omega Pirate. He says getting bombed by him. Oh, perhaps I spoke too soon. No, he didn't change. I thought maybe his ground form would reveal different information or something. Alright, maybe I deserve that. Oh, okay, I'm just stuck in the corner? Did not appreciate that. I see what I have to do. I have never been able to dodge that laser attack. Cool gameplay. I'm just gonna listen to play Plants vs Zombies while listening to your stream. Yeah, that's cool, man. I think I might die here, actually. I wish you would stop doing that. I don't really have a method to dodge it. I mean, it's a shame. Almost had him. That last part got me because I didn't really know how to beat him initially, and when I did find out, I found that, like, they make his attacks pretty difficult. He's very clearly supposed to be an endgame boss enemy. I hope I don't lose to him too many more times. I don't want to watch this cutscene over and over. Yeah, Samus appears to be covered in some sort of weird gray gelatin. Or the visual effect on her suit is kind of odd. This also feels like another boss where they're like, how do we have it run away from you for several minutes? Like... I'm going to try out super missiles and see how they work. Ridley, you seem to be avoiding me. Haven't been taking my calls recently. Did I say something coarse during our last conversation? Did I imply that you look like Barney when he went on a diet? Okay, phase 2. There is a way to dodge it, I just need to understand his tell. Okay. This is going better. That's his tell, yeah. It's kinda cute the way he looks behind him like, oh, did I get her? Like... Alright, that one's my bad. Ugh, got me with his tail. Ugh. Ouch. Oh, I've got you on the ropes now, Ridley. Alright, maybe I shouldn't have jinxed it. Got you. Truly, the Metroids were inside of us all along. The Prime Cuts were inside of us all along. Impact Crater. This is different. I would have been disappointed if the game ended right there, but I am also confused as to what comes next. We appear to be inside of a durian. What new horrors await us in here, I wonder? So Lumigek, phase-uncharged reptiles. They're kind of adorable. I do not think I can touch the surface of the ground here. Oh no, not you guys. I mean, I knew there would be more, but I was hoping there wouldn't be so soon. The lack of ambient music is probably the most concerning thing about this area. Like, no matter how alien it got in the rest of the game, there was still music. Here it's just weird theremin noises. These platforms look like they are giant teeth, aren't they? Where are we right now? Alright. Okay. Hey. Are we, like, inside Mother Brain? Is that... Nah. Mother Brain hasn't even been introduced as a concept in this game. I don't know why they would do that, but it's the only thing I can think of right now. Unless they were like, what if we put you inside a giant, like, enemy for some reason? It feels very odd. missiles replenished. It appears that the rest of this game will progress somewhat linearly. Hold on, come here, guys. Okay. Where do you people keep coming from? It's like there was a cage that explicitly said do not open, and I opened it because I was feeling mischievous, and now the consequences of my actions have reared their ugly head in the worst of ways. Oh my. Alright. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Okay. Just the day in the life, huh? You think it's over, and then you gotta fight God Tarantula. Like... At least Samus seems pretty calm about this. Hey. Oh, that is the Metroid Prime. I thought it was a joke. I made it a joke for so long that I legitimately thought that the Metroid Prime did not exist. Morphology. Metroid Prime. Highly evolved. Phazon producing lifeform. The aberration known as Metroid Prime is the source of Phazon, making it immensely powerful. Oh, so it's like the poison on this planet, the radiation Phazon, being created by Metroid. I get it. Okay. Maybe if I had read the lore logs, I would have known this sooner. A genetic flaw makes it susceptible to certain weapons for brief periods. Only its head is truly vulnerable. Other attacks are a nuisance. Offensively, Metroid Prime has a number of natural and mechanical weapons at its disposal. These include Ultra Frigid Breath, Multi-Missiles, Cherubines, and Particle Wave Projectors. Its massive strength and barbed carapace make it a lethal in melee combat. Recommend maximum firepower when engaging with its enemy. Okay, he's no joke. The music is pretty nice, in terms of like a disgusting guitar solo kind of way. It might be more efficient to just tap and shoot this guy, because the charge hits seem to miss a lot. The only time I've used the plasma beam the entire game. I guess it had to be used at some point. So if our goal is to save the planet this time, is it not gonna explode when we leave it? How can we have a Metroid game if the world doesn't blow up after we leave it? It seems almost unfair. I thought my health bar was his for a second and I got excited. Oh, we're switching sides like it's tennis, okay. The slower rate of fire on this thing is really becoming a hassle. Oh, alright. Guess they anticipated it. Whoop! Very interesting fight. I don't know if it's harder or not as hard. What I will say is that, like, it's definitely something interesting. I've never fought a boss quite like this. Like, it's clearly one of those test everything you learned in the game kind of bosses, I feel. I'm doing all I can to get away from him right now. That seemed to work. That air alien's trying to pull me into his tractor beam. A bunch of farmers would call it a tractor beam. His yellow phases are the worst. Because the power beam is just not that great. Oh wow, if that hits you, it really just chunks your health, huh? Note to self, do not get hit by ice beam. You gonna collect that missile on the way down? Guess not. Seems he doesn't want me to get close to him right now. I think this is where things are supposed to get hard, huh? I'm not talking a whole lot because I'm quite focused on not dying right now. Oh, Christ. Oh, did we get him? I suspect this isn't quite the end. I was surprised to see his health bar dissipate so quickly. Which is why I suspect there may be an issue here. Morphology. Metroid Prime, the core essence of Metroid Prime. Scan indicates that the Phazon energy form of Metroid Prime is invulnerable to all conventional weapons. Only attacks from a Phazon-infused arm cannon will damage it. It generates pools of Phazon when it attacks. Use these to fuel your suit's Phazon weapon system. The entity can also spawn Metroids to assist it in battle, rendering itself invisible when it does so. Oh man, do I have the health for this? Oh, well, he's dropping health, so that could be useful. I wonder where you got her name from. That's a story for another stream. One where I'm a lot less focused on blasting a starfish to death. I suspect that, like the Omega Pirate boss fight, the main challenge is going to be fighting off his goons. I'll be sure to tell it on another stream. It's just, I'm a little focused right now. I think if I took the time out to explain what it was about, I'd mess up for sure. Well, that's interesting. There was a brief pause because I died in Morph Ball mode. Oh, man. They make me do the whole boss fight again. Ooh, buddy. Alright. Oh, yeah, they're gonna make me do the whole level again. Yes. Alright. Alright. Ugh, here we go again. This time for sure. failing is fun, every failure is an opportunity to grow. We got very close last time. I am confident in my ability to accomplish it this time. Getting that far without knowing any of the boss patterns or how to beat it, it's very impressive from my perspective. See? That first phase went off without a hitch. It took much longer last time. Is this the Metroid Prime Remastered? Yes, this is in fact the remastered Metroid Prime. He still looks like a multicolored spider. We are, as they say, fighting the final boss. There isn't a lot of commentary going on because I'm very focused. This boss has 2 phases, and I got to the second one and died, so we're trying not to repeat that mistake. Is it just me or is he using lasers a lot less this time? Okay. This seems to be the final room of this phase. So, here, it's just phase changes and dodging. That didn't hit me somehow. Okay. Okay, we've got most of our health bar left. Most of our health bars. And now it's on to the second phase. It took a long time, but it didn't take nearly as much damage as it did the first time. I suspect that Metroid Prime is supposed to look a little like Mother Brain, you know, for the nostalgia. Metroid, shoot the blue goo at it. Oh. Well, it's like the Omega Pirate fight, but instead of being punished for standing on the blue stuff, I get rewarded for it. What a twist of the mechanics. I can do this. It will be tough, but I can do this. I'm not looking forward to the fusion Metroids he's going to summon. Whoosh. Knowing that I can take out the fusion Metroids with the blue goop is really useful. Oh, he's phasing in and out of existence. You know, I'm gonna say it. I think science has gone too far. Crater collapse imminent. Evacuate immediately. Oh, okay, so we are destroying the planet. I mean... maybe we're just destroying the crater. Well, I think I got like a mid ending, like a mid to bad ending. Like I think it's sort of a deal of like you, because like in previous games it's like you, whatchamacall, depending on how fast and how many items you get in the game depends on like how much of Samus's suit gets taken off, and because it was just the helmet, that implies like not a complete failure, but it's also not a complete success. So I think it's like a mid to bad ending. All that being said, Metroid Prime, I rather enjoyed this one. I think because it was like nervous being the first stream, first solo stream that I've done in years. I kind of came across that maybe I was like, I didn't like it very much, but I think it's more that I like am bad at mazes and maybe got a little frustrated Freddy at like having to run around in circles a lot. But I don't think that makes the game bad. I think that maybe it's like a little difficult for me personally, but I also don't mind getting like lost. I think it's more difficult to be lost in like a streaming setting because of like the pressure to keep the audience engaged and to say things. But overall the game is like, I really enjoyed it. I kind of wish the planet blew up a little bit, but I also understand that like in terms of the story, it wouldn't be, it wouldn't make sense. So that's fine. Like I get it. Maybe the planet blows up if you get the best ending. I don't know. I did have to look up a fair amount for this game, but that was pretty normal for a Metroid game. They're meant to be very puzzly and mazy, and I don't think that's a bad thing. Again, I think that like a game that has puzzles that make you feel smart are really important. So yeah, I really enjoyed this. I was surprised by how well the game held up for being over 20 years old. Like, even though there are certain mechanics that feel kind of obtuse and outdated, like backtracking and like not being able to autosave, because that was just the nature of games at the time, there was still a ton of stuff that felt really fun to do. As far as like a first-person shooter goes, it was unique, but it also had a lot of interesting mechanics. In terms of like a first-person shooter, I wouldn't say it was like a very... I would compare it favorably to like a BioShock or something like that, where it had a lot of different mechanics that you could implement along with your regular shooting. It had a lot of puzzles and a lot of fun stuff to do. Generally, I'm really glad that I played it. I think I did have problems with some of the boss fights being a little slow. Some of the boss fights were indeed a little slow and tedious. I felt that certain... I'm trying to think of what I'm trying to say here. The boss fights were slow, and there was like one other thing that I had like a big problem with. Not a big problem, but just like a general problem. And it was that... Hold on, it's on the tip of my tongue. I don't remember what it was right now. My main issue was like the bosses were kind of like slow. A lot of times you would figure out how to beat them and then have to spend another additional 7 minutes just waiting for them to be able to be hit, or just trying to hit them in general. But outside of that, I'd say that like it's not amazingly fast-paced as a shooter. I'd say it's more of like an adventure game with shooting as a mechanic. I would say Metroid is kind of like a shooting game in the same way that like Zelda is a sword fighting game. Like technically that's correct, but it's also a lot more than that, and has a lot to do outside of that. But yeah, I can see why people would be like, this is one of the greater series made of all time, and stuff like that. Did I feel like... I kind of come back to this question I kind of proposed at the first stream of this, which was like, do I now feel like there was a moment where it was like, oh, this game is a masterpiece, sort of deal? I did kind of have a whoa moment when I saw, like, rain texture being, like, placed on a platform that was not there as a way to hint to the player that they need to use X-ray vision to see an invisible platform. I thought that was, like, a wild implementation of game mechanics that I'd just never seen before. Like, the thought process that goes into even getting to that point is kind of amazing. But, I mean, I don't know if it's like... I enjoyed it a lot. And I think the atmosphere and the music really creates a unique feeling that I didn't experience before. But I think I had to have been, like, maybe the same with Chrono Trigger or Okami, because I played it maybe as a remastered version, or, like, not in the original context, like, because I didn't play this in 2001 or 2002 when this game came out or something. I didn't really understand and appreciate the influence that the game had when it originally came out, because I've already been in a world where Metroid Prime existed, you know? Like, if this had just come out and nothing else was like it, it'd be different, I think. Come on, blow up! Alright. Never mind. Mission final. Percentage complete 60. That's not bad for a first time. New extras unlocked in the main menu. Hard difficulty unlocked. No thank you! Choosing to save now will finish the game of Metroid Prime Remastered. When you save your slot again, you'll start your game. You want? Yeah, I'll save. I hope you appreciated the credits, because I think that sometimes something we don't really think about is like how much effort and work goes into a game. I found that over the years I've become like really light on critiquing games. I used to be a lot harsher in terms of like, if a game had even like a minor error, I would be like, oh, this game sucks because it has like a minor logical error, or like this game sucks because sometimes the graphics are weird, or sometimes the gun doesn't feel right. This game is a 0 out of 10. And I'm just not that angry anymore, because like I understand now like how much, if you saw how many people were in the credits of just like this game even, it takes a lot of work to make a game, and I don't think we often appreciate like how much goes into creating a work of art, especially something as big as like a modern video game. And this was back then, in like 2001. The staff on this is relatively small, even including the remastering staff. Game companies, like, the amount of people who work on games now is ridiculous. And a lot of them just never receive credit, because, I don't know, they're not the voice actors, or they're not the directors, or something like that. But they all made it happen. It's kind of wild to think about. So, yeah. Not bad for a first, set of streams. I had fun. Or, at least, it made me feel like I was doing something. More than I was doing before. A lot less of sitting around and feeling useless. So I think that, I will continue to stream, but I'm going to have to find a new game first. I appreciate everyone who came to watch. It's been nice. When we come back to streaming, it's gonna be a different game. I don't know what it is yet. I'm gonna find something. I'm pretty sure it won't be Metroid or shooter related. I'm a little space shootered out right now. Naturally. In the meantime though, glad you came. I'll see you guys later.